incorrectly. I apologize.
Like something important. It was like that.
No, it's more than it just bothers me. Gobies. I love gobies. They're so derpy, and they sit on stuff. And I just love fish that sit on things. Or the frogfish. Those are really silly.
There are many silly creatures in the ocean.
Which is saying since they have all these musical numbers, and they're obviously eating a pretty good diet. And everyone else
Trust me, diet. As somebody who is a larger human, diet doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like, as everyone else is thin, like Disney thin.
Yeah, once
Just
again,
having,
Disney's sense of aesthetics.
yeah, like just having one person when everyone else lives the same.
Mm-hmm. All right.
You see something.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So, last week, you all made your exit from the reaches of the capital city and began to head south, destined for Sunbin, the coastal town renowned for its magic and arcane prowess. But first, you have to get there. Last time you acquired some horses. Now you have to ride them. So, by horse, since you had already traveled 2 days by foot from the capital, it should take you approximately 9 days to get to the city of Byriven, which is approximately the halfway point between the capital and the southern city of Evernanas, which exists at the mouth of the river on the Ankel Sea. So, you have 9 more days of travel ahead of you. But we're not going to go through every single day because that would be so boring. So, is there anything that any of you want to accomplish while on this journey to the city of Byriven?
I figure I will help keep us fed with more than just rations.
Okay.
When the opportunity presents.
Go ahead and make a survival check for me to see what you can hunt and scrounge up.
I also have the Outlander ability that lets me help be pretty proficient with that.
Mm-hmm.
My thing closed. Okay. But yes, let me make a roll quick. Provided my internet behaves. Okay. 12 on top of the Outlander thingy.
You managed to find a few small mammals and like some vegetables along the road. It's not much, but it certainly is an improvement on just straight rations.
Yep.
I get to use the new dice that Morgan got me today.
Ah.
They're like purple galaxy dice.
Does Howard got like seasonal fruits and like food in his pouch?
What do you want?
No, I was just wondering, you saw like just food stockpiled in your pouch.
I still got some sweet melon and a dozen of fruits from that river. That's, I think, about it.
Just curious.
Do something fun with them at some point.
Bake a pie on the road. Do you have a Dutch oven?
Which thing?
A Dutch oven.
Oh yeah. I have to make one or something.
Okay.
In terms of this trip, could I work on my alchemist kit?
Yeah, you could.
How many would I check off for that?
9 days probably.
Okay, why not?
Wasn't I made feather or something? Sorry.
She's got so much to say. That'll be very exciting still.
There's a delivery driver outside. Okay, what was your question, Keenan?
I'm pretty sure I was making a wooden feather of talus, and I'm assuming I finished that.
Yeah.
I am just writing that down.
Okay.
One other thing I wanted to do, which would be quick, is there a way for me to like mince something down on the road?
Sure. What are you trying to mince?
I guess if I have I want to mince down and grind up the hallucinogenic mushroom and put it in a couple vials.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. Give me a dexterity check.
Oh, okay. Great. Yeah.
And how many are you mincing?
I have 7 of them.
Okay.
I don't know how many vials that would fit, but I'm assuming a couple. Dexterity-wise, 11.
It takes you some time and you do lose a bit of the mushroom in the process, but I'll say you get a solid 3 vials of hallucinogen.
I don't know their strength because each mushroom was like different strength-wise, wasn't it?
It depends on the mushroom and the individual person's constitution.
Okay, so we'll convert them, into the 3 vials then. I think that's it on my end.
Okay. Does anybody else have any tasks they wish to accomplish? Any conversations you'd like to have?
Can I converse with wildlife?
Sure you can. Give me an animal handling check to see if anything even approaches you.
I got an 8.
A couple of birds fly by you, but other than that, pretty much everything steers well clear.
What about the horses?
The horses you can talk to, though they are somewhat skittish around you.
Frog would like, I forgot he knew how to do this. Frog would like to spend some of his time on horseback. I don't know if he might not be able to do this on horseback. one of his gnome traits is he can construct tiny clockwork devices. And one of the devices he can make is a miniature replica of an animal, monster, or person that makes the sounds that the creature is supposed to represent. And so he would like to spend his time constructing a miniature version of his horse, just for fun.
Okay. You can either construct it on horseback with disadvantage, or construct it in camp at night, straight roll.
He'll wait and construct it.
Go ahead and roll a dexterity check for me.
Just straight dexterity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a 2.
You try really hard, but you don't have a lot of experience with horses, and yours is also a miniature horse, so you aren't quite sure how the pieces are meant to fit together. And in the end, you pretty much just have like a metal blob that maybe has 4 limbs if you look at it a specific way. And you turn the crank on the end to make the sound, and it just kind of comes out as like.
Well, it makes noise.
Everyone's like, wow, they're trying.
Sometimes that's all we can do.
Okay. So after over a week in the saddle, your legs and butts are so sore because you have no experience riding for long distances. However, at long last, late in the afternoon on the final day, you approach the towering gates of Byriven. They're open, but you see that as the sun is drawing... Yes.
Is the carnival? Are we still traveling with the carnival?
Yeah, they're with you.
Okay.
They've just been very quiet. Anyways, as the sun is drawing towards the horizon, you can see the gate guards beginning to pull them closed for the evening.
Are we able to get in?
Are you going to try and get in? If you continue at your current pace, they will be closed before you get there.
Bob, monk speed! So Bob's gonna speed up and race in.
Okay, you come galloping down the road, like waving your hand, like wait! And roll a persuasion check for me.
Okay. It's a natural 1.
Oh no!
The guards look at you galloping forward. You make eye contact, and they just keep closing the gates. You have to like rein in your horse hard in order to not slam into them. And they look at you and they're just like, gates close at nightfall.
Guess we can just camp right outside.
Yeah, okay. You gonna camp on the road, or there's the off to the west of the city, it turns kind of into grasslands.
So a little bit more open.
Mm-hmm.
Better place for a camp spot. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, well, I guess we look for a spot then. Set up.
You can
And I'm sure the
see
horses will like the field.
some homesteads in the distance, but you guess if you're going to set up near the wall, there pretty much nobody's going to be close enough to take issue with it.
Hmm. Okay.
So, set up camp for your final night on the road, at least for the time being. Hobble your horses. Are you going to set up a fire?
Yeah, probably. Isn't it still chilly?
Yeah, it is dead of winter.
Yeah, probably.
Then definitely definitely a fire.
All right. Do you want to set up a watch, or do you think there's enough guards nearby you don't have to worry about it?
Probably still better to set up a watch.
Okay.
Second volunteers to take first.
All right. Anybody else?
I can watch.
Okay.
I'll take the watch after Fimo.
Okay.
You can do that with Bob if we're doing teams of 2.
3 watches is a good setup. All right. You begin to turn in for the evening. As you sit around the fire that you've built up out of sort of twisted sheafs of grass because there are no trees nearby, a cold wind blows through, and just a faint flurry of snow begins to fall.
Lovely.
Seka, on first watch, I would like to speak to you alone in the Secrets channel, if you would not mind.
Which channel?
Secrets. It's the voice channel directly under General.
Oh, there it is. I see it.
Okay.
Hello.
So, as you sit gazing out around the field, watching your companions sleep around you, you hear a voice in your ear and a faint warmth in the talisman that you wear.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, I have something for you. Meet Mr. Copperfin on the docks in Byriven. In the next couple of days, he'll have an assignment for you. And I expect payment.
She takes a deep breath and knows that there's not really a response required and just kind of makes an affirmative.
Okay.
What was the guy's name?
Copperfin.
Copperfin. Okay. All right. Oh dear.
We return to the general population.
Yep.
Or is it like vanilla with Reese in it?
It's like
Your head got taller.
it's like Reese's.
Gotcha.
But it's not called Reese's because then it's
Copyright.
you know. They're gonna sue.
Exactly.
Okay.
Want to see something really cute, Ray?
Always.
Let's see. Beauty Guru?
That's adorable.
Oh, no more shine. It's the Sandro Wet and Wild Sweet Dreams lip mask.
Nice. It's very cute.
Thank you. Look at that.
Hello.
It was a short one. It didn't get to be long.
All of your watches for the rest of the night pass without incident. And the next morning, as the sun rises, you hear the grating creak of the keep doors being opened. And the marching of boots as the guards take their stations and exchange the watch. You now have access to the city of Byriven.
Why was there again, guys?
Does Byriven or Raven?
Byriven.
Does Byriven have a bazaar?
It does not have a bazaar, but as you wander through, there are several streets in the center of the city, which act as kind of marketplaces. You walk along them, and there are stalls and people with blankets set up along the edges of the streets.
Is there a jeweler's shop?
Certainly.
Bob will purchase another ring for his tail.
Okay, I'll say that'll be 5 gold.
How much?
5 gold.
Okay.
Describe the ring for us, Bob.
It's a platinum ring with a yellow gemstone.
Okay. If you want it to be made out of platinum, it's going to be a lot more expensive.
I was wondering about that.
In that case, it's going to be more like 60 gold.
60?
Yeah.
What about a platinum alloy?
Yeah. Okay. I would say that knock it down to like 30 gold.
Okay, so let's say a platinum and sterling silver alloy with a... I can picture the gemstone, but the name is escaping me.
Topaz,
so...
perhaps?
Topaz? Yeah.
It would still be expensive because one platinum piece is 10 gold pieces.
Yeah, I know platinum's expensive.
Okay. I would still say about 30 gold for like a cheap platinum-esque metal plus the gemstone.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
So I guess, is anybody else shopping? Or
I don't know who wants to shop. I would assume the wizard needs paper
The wizard,
because otherwise he doesn't get to use his new spells.
exactly. The wizard needs paper, and he'd also like to get to refresh his stores of spell components. So he needs paper, and then various herbs and plants. Oh wait. Paper first. I'll figure everything else out after that.
Okay. You do find a like specialty stationery shop, sort of in the center western edge of the city. You look around. This is a fairly wealthy area. Like people in very finely tailored outfits, gold and silver jewelry, men with walking sticks and top hats. And you, for a wizard, it is 50 gold pieces per spell level, correct?
Yeah. For a wizard, it's 50 gold pieces per level if it's my class. Otherwise, it's 100. But both of the spells I picked are abjuration, so they're both 50 per spell level. Per spell. Yeah.
So what level spells did you get?
I did 2 third level, so 300 total
300
for
gold
the
pieces.
two of them. Yeah, I already subtracted them from my gold
Okay.
last session, just so I was prepared.
So you got a ream of very nice, thick, creamy paper, ink that will not run or stain. Your spells will be so crisp in your spell book.
So excited.
And now you need to take 6 hours tonight to transcribe them into your book.
Sounds good. What? It's like early morning, right?
Yeah, it's just past dawn right now.
Cool. I will wait to copy all that stuff down.
I am on my way through the city. I am going to have Sekka always on the lookout for whips, particularly anything interesting. So.
Byriven is not a particularly large town. It is largely commerce, and also it acts as the station for Keep Delays, which sits on the eastern edge, central to the city. And that's one where the keeper of the region resides, and also it acts as a point of defense along the river in case of invasion or for any reason they need to stop movement up the river. But it was essentially built around that, so there isn't a whole lot of, like, culture and, you know, interesting exotic stuff. It's mostly commodities being moved upriver. And all of the good stuff is headed for the capital. It's not going to stop here, generally speaking. So you can find a couple of nice whips, but not like nothing superb.
Nothing better than she has.
Yeah.
And then that's it for the moment.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything they wish to purchase?
I do need a new regular longsword.
Okay. You can find a blacksmith a couple streets over from the river. And that'll cost you about 15 gold for a longsword.
15?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll take that, sure.
While people are shopping, Sekka's going to mention, since we're all shopping, when do we want to pick a spot to meet back up? That way we don't have to do everyone shopping together.
There are several.
Probably a good idea.
There are several taverns and inns and way stations in the city, considering how it acts as sort of a center of movement within the empire.
Right. So, she'll suggest, is there anything in Eyeshot that were tavern-wise?
You guys have kind of wandered over towards the river. And while you are on the larger, wealthier side of town, once you get close to the river, things do get a little bit seedier. That's sailor territory. But you can see, you know, a few taverns and bars. There's one called the Drowned Diver. Kind of ale-soaked wood sign above it. It's kind of like not quite hanging on by only one edge, but it's close to it. And down the other end of the street, there's a one-story inn called the Riverboat's Rest. That looks like it might be a little bit nicer, if a bit more expensive for the area.
Sekka will suggest the Riverboat's Rest one. Because it's also in. And if everyone agrees that that's a good spot to meet back up after shopping, that would be good.
Fine with me.
Anybody else need anything?
Is there perhaps a leather worker in town?
There most certainly is.
Excellent. I would like to go to the leather worker and inquire if I can purchase any of their leftover scraps, that they're not going to use.
You walk in and it's kind of like, it's not really like a building. It's more like a 3-walled structure with kind of a slanted roof. And the leather worker and his 2 apprentices are kind of working inside. And as you approach, he doesn't acknowledge you for a second until you tap the counter, and he looks up and leans over and sees you and goes, "Oh, what can I do for you, little sir?"
Hi there. Good morning. I was just wondering if, I know this might be an outlandish request, but I was wondering if you had any leftover, say, scraps of leather that you wouldn't be putting to use, or maybe one big sheet that you wouldn't miss if anything like that for sale.
So you're looking for scraps?
Yes. It doesn't have to be the best quality. Just anything that you're not gonna have any use for. I'd be willing to take off your hands if you're willing.
Yeah, I got a few pieces. He snaps his finger and points at one of them and gestures. And the apprentice looks up from whatever he's sewing a piece. And then he jumps up and starts picking little tiny pieces up off the ground from where they've been shaved off of other projects, and brings forward a little handful. Yeah, you can have this for 5 copper.
What a bargain! Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Should have known a little guy like you would like a little bit of leather.
Could you repeat that, please? I'm so sorry. That was hard for me.
A little guy like you only needs little pieces of leather.
Well, what can I say? I don't know how to respond to that, so I just kind of slide the copper across and I don't know how big the pile is, but I just take it across the counter and I hold it in my hands. And I'm well, thank you very much for your help. Have the rest of your day, sir.
Thanks.
Yes.
And he goes back to pounding holes into a strip of leather. Yes.
As I'm walking around the city, what races do I see?
Almost entirely human, but you do see the occasional gnome, dwarf, halfling. Generally not in groups. There'll be a solitary or a pair going about. And you do see a tiefling or 2.
And what are the attitudes towards the not human?
Make an insight check for me.
Okay.
And also, can everybody make a perception check for me?
Perception?
Yep.
Yeah.
21 on the insight. Do you need to make the perception too?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a 19 on my perception.
Okay. So while you guys are wandering between storefronts, you see Sekka trying to walk slower than the rest of you and put some distance. And you're kind of like watching her out of the corner of your eye, so you 100% see it when she like ducks down an alleyway out of sight. Also, with the insight, you can tell that generally, you gather that because this is a trading city, there is a lot more variety in the types of people that come through. So the attitudes towards non-human races are less tense than they were in the Empire. But there is still, prejudice. There is still some disrespect, but very little overt harassment going on.
Off topic. I just thought, sorry, random thought. Where was the flower shop for the relative?
Sorry?
No, Ray!
For the alchemist's brother? Yeah. When we were in the capital,
That's. Are you talking about Anders the herbalist?
Yeah.
He's in the north.
Yeah.
We're going south, right?
Yeah, you're going south.
Okay.
Southeast.
You are not going to encounter Anders here.
One day.
Sir Edward is going to go to the wealthier part of town and just listen to gossip.
Okay, make an investigation check for me.
Okay. That is a 13.
All right, what kind of gossip are you looking for?
Politics.
Politics. Okay. You do hear some talk of the increasing hostilities at the Stormfront garrison on the edge of the wastes. You can hear some comments about increasing taxes for the war. Trade has been disrupted through the river. They're not looking so much for luxury items anymore. They're much more interested in utility and things that can be sent further north at this time. So a couple of merchants are a little out at the moment because their specialty is not in demand. You hear pretty much any mention of the emperor is basically praise be to he who is a god amongst men, etc. And you do hear talk of the upcoming midwinter festivities.
Midwinter festivities. That piques Sir Edward's interest.
Midwinter is about a week and a half away. In this part of the empire, it does get quite cold in the winter. Snow is currently falling. There's like a faint dusting along the cobblestone streets. And by midwinter, it's expected to be the deepest cold that will be experienced. But at that point, there will be a ball thrown in the Delays Keep for all of the wealthy merchants in the area, sponsored by Keeper Nalan Hornak.
Hold on a second, I gotta write this down. Keeper Nalan Hornak?
Mm-hmm. Hormacht. Hormacht.
CHT?
HORMACHT.
HOR. Oh, okay.
Hormacht.
Hormacht. And this happened in like a week.
About a week and a half.
Ooh. Well, after being informed of this ball, Sir Edward would like to get himself a new set of clothes.
You planning on being in Byriven in a week and a half?
No, he just wanted to get clothes.
Okay. It'll cost you about 5 gold for a set of winter clothes. The rest of you, I think, have winter clothes already.
Okay. Sir Edward's gonna get like a trench coat. He's gonna get like.
I've never drawn Winter Second. I should probably do that.
My God, I forgot to decide.
Question.
Yes.
When was the last time we washed our clothes?
I don't know. That's for you to decide. You were walking along a river this whole time. So, presumably whenever you want.
Okay, I guess likewise with bathing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, how do you do this, Wells?
Hey Heather,
Yeah?
you want to trade quests for Gumbo?
While you guys are shopping, Seka.
I also want to go to a place.
Okay, where are you going?
I want to go to a herbalist shop.
Okay. What do you want from the herbalist shop?
Some more poisonous plants and then some pretty plants.
Okay. You find one called the Queen's Garden, near the keep. You walk in, and there's lots of like hanging plants from the ceiling, in the process of drying, and jars lining the walls, full of an assortment of items. As you walk in, there is a fairly small, you would guess 5 feet, very light blonde pixie cut hair, woman standing behind the counter. What is it that you're looking for?
Flowers.
What kind of flowers?
Pretty flowers, poisonous flowers.
Any particular effects you're looking for with these poisonous flowers?
I like hemlock.
I have some hemlock. What are you planning on doing, pray tell, with these poisonous flowers?
I give them to people as a gift. Sometimes I braid it into people's hair.
I see. And how old are you exactly?
How old am I?
Yes.
Last time I was told I was 12.
And when was that?
Some time ago.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't in good conscience sell you a deadly herb if you're only 12 years old.
Then you can sell it in bad conscience.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Sell it in bad conscience. Okay. Six.
She looks at you for a second, and then she just goes, "Get out."
That's rude.
Yes, so is poisoning people. And so is selling deadly plants to small children. Now I'm going to have to ask you again to remove yourself from my shop.
I feel like I was just discriminated against.
Sad.
I think it was systematic oppression.
Ages.
She looks unimpressed.
Guess I have to go get poisonous flowers somewhere else.
Best
Bye.
of luck.
Is there any other flower shops?
Yeah, but you're gonna meet with a similar reaction in all of them.
Then can I sneak into one and steal?
Make a stealth check.
Wait, I have a better idea. Hold on. Where's Bob?
He's wandering the street.
Bob?
Do I hear her?
Yeah, you guys aren't far apart.
Okay. Bob approaches Fimo.
Now, we're really good friends, right?
Can you repeat that?
We're really good friends, right?
Sure.
And you would do a favor if I asked you to do one, right?
Depends on the favor.
I'm being discriminated against because of my height. And I'm in a position like a frog right now. And I feel like they would listen to you because you're taller than me. And they're not going to buy poisonous herbs and flowers. Could you go to the shop and buy them for me?
Sure. Which plants do you need?
No, hemlock and any other poisonous flower that you see that looks pretty.
Okay.
I like pretty
Are you
flowers.
going to
I'll make
go-
that.
Are you going to go into the same herbalist shop?
He's gonna go to a different one.
Okay.
I guess the next closest.
Alright. You find one and you enter, and this time you find a tall, dark-skinned man with a shaved head, stands with a very, dignified, regal bearing, and he kind of looks Bob up and down as he enters, and he goes, "How can I help you?"
I'm looking for some hemlock and some of your other most popular poisonous flowers.
Well, I can't say any of my poisonous flowers are particularly popular. But I have a few if you're interested.
Alright.
Do you have any in mind? Any particular effects you're looking for?
A fast-acting deadly poison.
I'm afraid I don't sell anything of that sort. I have some dried yew berries, but that would be less than speedy.
Nightshade?
Sure. I have some rash vine. I have some thimbleweeds. I have some dusk berries.
What do those berries do?
They make you bleed from your stomach.
I'll take some hemlock, nightshade, duskberries, and I'll take a flower that's absolutely harmless.
Okay,
You can pick the flower that's harmless.
certainly. That will be 4 gold. Thank you for your business.
Thank you.
Mission successful.
Bob's gonna walk over to Fimo and hand her to be completely innocent flowers.
Okay.
And
You get a handful of like very delicate pale purple blooms.
This isn't what I asked for.
Hold on, Fimo, roll a nature check for me.
No, I have like a poisoner's kit. I'm proficient in this.
That
Also,
doesn't.
I have hemlock in my pack.
Roll a nature check.
I know I have some.
You asked for hemlock and any other poisons they may have. So roll a nature check to see if you recognize this plant.
16.
Yeah, you're pretty sure this isn't poisonous.
Yes.
Do you think my eyes are decoration?
No, I think you just poisoned a small child with hallucinogenic mushroom. I think I should hold on to the poisonous flowers.
I like to use them to braid into people's hair.
Well, then I can hand them to you when you braid them into people's hair.
I don't appreciate that you're treating me like a child right now.
I'm sure you don't.
Was there anything else, Fimo?
I'm not going to speak to Bob anymore.
Okay.
Bob's gonna keep looking around.
Okay, what are you looking for, Bob?
Generally just getting the layout of the city, seeing if there's any landmarks, seeing what the shops are, general sightseeing.
Okay. There is a temple to each of the gods of the Imperial Pantheon, as well as within the keep, which you do not currently have access to, there is also a temple to the Emperor.
Okay.
This western side of the city that you're on is the larger side of the city. There are 2 bridges connecting the 2 halves of the city across the river. To the north of those bridges are a set of docks, which are mostly lower class and commerce and mercantile shipments. And then to the south is a set of docks that is mostly passenger transport. And then over on the eastern side of the city, it is a much smaller, more cramped area. It's mostly dock workers, warehouses, very low-class homes, things of that sort.
And roughly how large is the city?
It's probably a mile or 2 from end to end.
Okay.
Anybody else have anything that they need to search for or buy?
I seek fruit.
You seek fruit. There are plenty of fruit stands.
Okay. I'll go to one of those.
Okay.
Whichever's closest out there.
What fruit do you seek?
Firstly, I would like 40 apples.
Okay. That will be 4 silver.
It's actually not too good. Are they just regular apples? There's like
They're just regular apples.
Just making sure. Just making sure.
Except for one, which is poisoned, but you don't know which.
Oh dear. 539, get a poison one free.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the new deal?
Yeah.
I would like to bring up the river fruit and ask him what it is.
The merchant kind of looks at you oddly and he's like, it's I forgot what I called it.
We can make that a joke. Everybody forgot what its name.
He looks at it and he goes, you know, I don't remember. It's the darndest thing. I just sold a bushel a week ago, and now I can't remember.
It always looks so familiar, doesn't it?
It does. That's interesting. Anyways, I'm not buying them from you.
One other thing. If I wanted to personally make some fruit juices, what tool would be the best way to do that? Is there some sort of like shredder or juicer or any hand-operated tool such like that?
To make juice? Yeah. What you're looking for would be a press. And he directs you down to like a shop down the street that sells like wooden contraptions. And you can buy, it's like think like a crab cracker, except it's like mallets with like cupped mallets on the ends, and you kind of like squeeze the ends to crush up the fruits. I'll say you can get that for 2 gold.
It's still wondrous what technology offers us to do. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Is there a name for the contraption, or is it just the juice or something?
It's a pulper.
The pulper?
The Pulper 9000.
Is 8,000 that old already?
Yep. You know how it is with technology these days. Everything's just advancing so fast.
They've always been good about that. Thank you for... It's good. I think that's it from me.
Would also like to buy hot peppers, if there is any of those
There are.
nearby.
How hot are you looking?
How hot am I looking? Hot enough to make me breathe fire, please?
Okay. Yeah. You find a set of very, very teeny, very, very bright red peppers. And they sell for $1 a piece.
Excellent. I will take 10 of them.
10 of them?
I use it.
That'll be 1 gold.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's the conversion. Okay. Excellent. I passed the gold over.
I'd like to get 20 tomatoes and 5 eggs.
Okay. 2 gold and 5 silver. No. 2 silver and 5 copper.
It's like 2 gold? What? Is there anywhere to buy like feed for the horses as well?
Mm-hmm. That'll be more on the outer edge of the city. But you can buy a sack of grain that will last a week for a horse for 2 gold.
Cool. I will go ahead and do that as well.
And you can also, of course, supplement your horse's diet with wild grasses and such.
Okay.
Yay. I said 2 gold for that?
2 gold per horse.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll just buy a bag of that.
Go back to the forest to refuse me service and drop an egg and hide it so they can't find it until it's already stinking up the place.
In their shop?
In their shop and outside of their shop.
Okay.
A spray bottle full of milk and just spritz the place down.
I still think clams are the best. You just pitch them under somebody's seat, and in the summer they eventually open.
Why does it feel like you've done this before? Should I be concerned? Should I ban you from my car? Anyways, Fimo, you go to enter the Queen's Garden, and the shopkeep looks up from her desk and she goes, "Hey, I already told you, I'm not selling. Get out." Fimo.
Fimo stares back at Daisy.
Yeah, who was just staring?
Okay, are you going to try and hide the egg?
Yes.
Okay. Well, considering you don't turn around and leave the shop, she's going to come forward and herd you back towards the door.
Is she touching me?
Yes.
Why are you touching me?
Get out of my shop.
Don't touch me.
Get out.
I don't like her. I'm not gonna leave.
She's pushing you.
I'm gonna resist.
Okay, make a strength check.
That's a nat 1. You don't even have to roll. Don't roll. It's a nat 1. I'm getting out my bad rolls right now. Don't roll. It's a nat
She
1.
grabs you by both of your wrists and kind of like forces you back through the door and slams it shut again. And there's like a window in the door and she looks at you through it before turning away and going back to her desk.
Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. I'm gonna throw tomatoes all over the store.
Okay. How many tomatoes and how long are you going to stay here for? How many tomatoes?
10.
Okay.
This is what happens if you don't give me my poisonous herbs, Morgan. I mean, Bob.
Bob's not there. He can't hear you.
Bob's not there, but
Harass somebody else.
You
I need another Bob.
just before this all happens, remember the last time you left Fimo alone in a city?
Oh, I keenly remembered as soon as you bought the eggs.
Yeah, I was like, oh god, this seems familiar.
I forgot the buddy system. I was too busy buying.
Seka wasn't going to mention it.
Anyways, go on, proceed.
You don't even get one tomato out of your hands. You are like rearing back to throw when you hear a shout from a few feet down the street, and you look up and you see red uniforms and guards approaching.
Oh no. God. Oh, no.
So I'm reaching up, they catch me with a tomato in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna shove it in my mouth.
Good tomato. The flavors are melting on my tongue.
I'm gonna run away.
You're gonna run?
Yes.
Make an athletics check.
All of my movement.
Make an athletics check.
How they from here?
They're right next to you.
Oh, they're right next to me. I thought they were down the street.
I said a few feet away from you, and then they approached. Okay,
I'm not gonna
so you're
run.
just
They're
gonna
right
put the
next to me.
tomato in your mouth. They approach, and they look at you, and they go, "You better keep those tomatoes in your mouth, because if I see any on storefronts, I'm gonna know who to look for." Mm-hmm.
Good talk.
07.
The guards kind of like look you up and down, and then go back to their rounds. Anybody else?
Are they gone?
Is there one guard?
I mean, they're walking back down the street.
Can I go to the side of the building?
There is the side of the building. It's just other buildings.
Did any of us see that?
No, you guys were all in different places. A wood carver. Yes, you can go to the same place that Redacted went to for his juicer.
Okay. Is there just like a nice, good chunk of wood that I can buy?
Sure. 5 silver.
5 silver, I immediately hand 5 silver to get a chunk of wood. Is there any wands?
Wands?
Yeah.
I mean, there's like some long sticks. There's nothing intentionally carved into a wand.
Okay. So everyone's going to take his wood and you apply his bit of judgment.
Okay. So,
Is there flower pots outside of the place?
yes,
I'm going to put teeth in there.
okay. Make a stealth check.
19.
You successfully scatter some teeth in their flower pots.
At least that would be pleasant for them.
Wouldn't the calcium in those teeth help the flowers grow?
Maybe?
Doesn't that help?
I don't think so if they're just sitting on top of the soil.
Yeah, they're mainly there to be like, we put teeth in our flower pots.
It's more of like a morbid declaration. Decoration, Jesus.
Yeah, it's more to be like, are we a friendly flower shop or are we murderers?
Are you gonna look in the flower pot?
I assume if you highlight the flowers from there, if you pass by and you look down, you can see the teeth.
Sure.
I mean, if you wanted to scare people, you could have just left torture.
I might need those for animals.
I mean, you could also just left the teeth on the front porch or something.
I thought about that, but I thought more of like that scene from Beastars.
Haven't seen it.
Ray, do you know what I'm talking about?
You're gonna have to be more. I finished season 1 of Beastars and then got halfway through season 2.
Yeah, you don't know.
It's later than that.
It's later than that.
I'm not. Good show though.
Yeah, it was actually in the manga, so.
Anyways,
Anyways,
while you all are doing that, Sekka has left the group entirely. What are you going to do, Sekka?
you're muted.
Thank you. It's kind of hard to tell because earlier it just abruptly stopped working for no reason. I'm going to go take a wander down.
Okay. Would you like to make an investigation check?
I suppose I should. Skills. 15.
Okay. You head down to the river docks, and you start on the northern end with the commerce section, and you ask around a little bit, and you know that what you are looking for is on the eastern side of the city, in the central part between the bridges. and they are known to work at the bait and tackle warehouse, a couple streets away from the bank.
Okay, east side of town, between two bridges, also bait and tackle warehouse by the bank. Both to the east side?
On the eastern side, yes.
Alright.
So you'll have to cross the river.
Alright, and I'm guessing we've been not on the east side.
Yeah, you guys have been on the western side of the city.
Alright. What is closer, the bridges or the warehouse?
The warehouse is across the bridges.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't sure if they were two separate locations as they were known to be. Okay. Well, Zach is going to start heading there.
All right. Would you like to switch over to the secret channel to have your interaction?
Yes. I guess.
Hello. So it takes you a couple of hours between asking around and making your way to the other end of the city. But you do eventually find the bait and tackle warehouse. As you enter, there are lots of people in like waxed leather overcoats and coarse cotton clothing, carrying crates in and out, loading on and off ships, etc. And as you go in, one of those people takes a look at you, kind of eyes you up and down, sets down their crate, and then crosses their arms, kind of like waits for you to approach.
Easy read. She walks over.
So, you must be Seka?
That would be me.
Let's go talk.
Copper.
Yeah, some call me that. He leads you to the back of the warehouse. There's like a small office in the back. He opens the door for you and gestures for you to enter.
She heads inside.
And he closes the door behind you both. So, any goal to submit?
Yes, so did he say that he had a job?
Yeah. I'd just like to make sure you're still keeping up your end of the bargain first.
Perfectly fine. Let me take a look at how much I have on me. Why is D&D Bihan being a jerk?
That's always the question.
Seka is going to give him. Looking around and she'll hand him 100 gold.
He kind of weighs it in the sand and goes, "It'll do." Boss says there's a person you're meant to look for. They're known to frequent the areas between here and Everanis on the coast. They owe him some money, haven't been paid up. They've done their best to disappear. They're probably lying low in the city. Go by the name of Finch.
Finch. Any other remarkable characteristics of this Finch?
Tall, long black hair, usually wear it in a braid, tend to wear gold rings on their fingers.
Okay.
Work as a butcher. If they're hiding, they may not be doing that anymore. Boss wants you to go in, rough them up a bit, remind them of what they're here for, and see if they get the message this time.
Understood. Not a problem. Once I know that you said between here and is it
Uranus.
Uranus? Are there any recent sightings?
Last they were seen in the city of Uranus. Several locals saw them in their shop. A couple more less substantiated, more on the outskirts of the city, towards the western end.
You say that they're known to work as a butcher. Do they have any other skills or trades that you're aware of?
Their wife works as a seamstress. They have one son who's an apprentice in the shop, and a younger one helps around.
Do they stay, have they been known to travel with Finch, or do they stay put? And if so, are they in Uranus?
The older one has been known to travel. He was last seen in the city.
Okay. The wife?
The wife tends to stay in the city.
Okay.
She was seen just a couple of days ago, still in their home.
All right. Thank you.
Of course. Anything for the Lord, isn't that right?
Seems that way, right?
He
All right.
opens the door back up and head back out.
She'll take her leave. And how long has this been? You said it's been a couple hours?
It's been a couple hours, yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll figure out when everyone reconvenes. All right.
Female arrested.
I would never gaslight you.
Boo.
I feel like that's another lie.
It's not my style.
Heather, you're so blue.
I'm so blue? That is what I would do?
Okay, you're a little bit in character.
It's just from the sky outside. Because all of my lights are off. I like how it makes my face glow.
That natural lighting.
My eyes are really blue, though.
It's like you have blue eyes.
What? No. Me? Never.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would know.
I'm pretty sure they're the color of whatever bright-ass light you shine on them before you have to paint them.
Screw you. I hate you. Shut up and die. God, I hated that so much.
What happened?
Sorry, I provided trauma. I apologize.
Painting
Was that one painting project y'all did?
Where it was like that, like color by color by color by color. Yes. Yes. And it's a fantastic project, and it teaches you a lot. But Heather's eyes, I swore she was going to stab the actual end of the thing through the wood.
You saw my color? What was it?
We don't know. It was a weird nebulous color that didn't make any sense.
Like, my blue was blue, obviously, but when it was on red, it was like brown, but green, but blue.
Yeah, very, 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 very weird. So,
Color theory is fun.
I hate my eyes.
we'll pop my ridiculous color and start looking like Hook.
Quest, what are you doing?
Quest cam?
I wish. He's already gone. You can hear him. Oh, yeah.
Is there anything anybody else needs to do?
I heard I'm in jail. Am I in jail or not?
I didn't say you were in jail.
Everyone else did, and they said Sekka was the one who did it.
Oh, it's entirely my fault.
Well, I'm in charge, and I didn't say it, so.
Mercy is God.
And don't you forget it.
So if someone asks you if
Go to one of the temples.
Sure, you can go to one of the temples. Which one do you want to go to?
I'm gonna spin my character around a circle, and wherever you feel like I go, that's the temple.
details.
The Church of Maribel
Cool.
on the
Here I
northwest
go.
end of the city. Church of Maribel, as you enter, it's white stone edifice, but as you enter, it is fairly austere, just 2 rows of columns running up and down the central chamber. And between each pair of columns is a pair of chairs, which sit facing each other. And in several of those stations, there are people sitting, conversing with each other. Some look like they're like not quite arguing, but they are containing their anger. And you know that Maribel, as the goddess of justice, her temple is often a place to work out people's differences and solve problems between them.
I will find myself what looks like a priest or someone who works there.
Okay. There are several acolytes wearing long, plain white robes, almost entirely shapeless. You approach one.
Hello?
Hello. How can I help you today?
I don't know anything about religion.
Would you like to learn the teachings of the goddess?
Yeah.
What specifically?
Well, what's a god, and what do they do, and what's the purpose, and like what do you guys worship, and like what's the faith?
A god is a being who has ascended, who has such immense power that they exist beyond our comprehension. And we worship them because they use their power to aid us in ways that we cannot always see, but which we know.
What makes you a god?
The great power that one wields, and the benevolence with which they wield it.
Are you born a god?
None
No.
of the imperial pantheon were born gods. If any tell you that they worship a born god, they speak heretical lies.
Then how do gods come into existence?
They simply grow. In theory, any man could become a god. But those who truly have the strength, the capability, and the will to accomplish it are very rare indeed.
What's special about your god?
She aids us in solving our differences. She gives us the strength and the dignity to work out our issues without the need for violence or hatred, to solve problems and make our lives easier.
And why can't you do that on your own?
Of course, you can do it on your own, but to be lent the strength and the safety of a goddess always makes things easier. And to know that she stands for it at all times, as a force upon this plane, we know that those who worship and even those who are ignorant of her existence will be aided by her power.
So do you guys like help in the court system?
Some of our number do. Do you require legal assistance?
Maybe in the future. I don't think so. I think I'm a pretty good person. I feel like people might disagree with that, but I hold firm in my own beliefs.
Would you care for assistance in mediating a discussion?
No. Well, maybe. The Empire doesn't really like me.
One must always remember that between a disagreement, there is rarely just one aggressor.
No, I think there's just one aggressor.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, I think I'm good. I just want to know more about, like, religion because it seems like an important part in some people's lives, and I don't understand why.
Indeed.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Man, religion sucks.
And yet you all mistell us.
Alice isn't religion. West, you can't eat ice cream.
Sigh.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else needs to do before the day is out?
Library?
There is a small archive. However, it is within the keep.
So it's like behind, like I'd have to introduce myself to somebody?
Yeah.
Sure, why not? I'm gonna go over and say hi.
To who?
I'm gonna, okay, so there's, libraries, in the keep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it, behind a door?
There is an outer wall and then an internal fortress, which is the keep, and the library is somewhere inside of it.
Oh, is there, a guard in front of the wall?
Yep, there are 2 guards posted at each gate, and there are 3 gates.
You told me that the people in the keep are, wealthy merchants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just gonna go up to the guard and hold up my little symbol.
Okay. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Ooh. That's a natural 20.
They take 1 look, they let you right in.
Oof.
They weren't expecting anybody from your family today, but that's an authentic symbol if they've ever seen one.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go over to the library.
Okay, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for very obscure books about cures or fixing ailments.
Okay, make an investigation check for me.
That is a 16.
You stay in the library for a couple of hours, and you find a few books. Most are centered around standard household remedies. How to draw out infection, how to seal a wound, things of that sort. There are a couple of books which deal with more intense subject matters, diving more deeply into specific illnesses and their treatments. So what information specifically would you be looking for?
Fixing ailments that, looking for, a book on new ways of curing diseases or things that have come up.
Okay. One of the books you find focuses on arcane treatment of illness, so using magic as a method to heal certain illnesses. And there has been some success with certain illnesses, especially using magic to blend with current medical practices, sort of as an enhancer.
Okay. Does that book have an author?
Yeah.
Is there like a librarian around?
Yeah, there's a librarian.
I'm gonna walk up to them and just say hi.
Hello.
And I'm gonna say, this book was really interesting. Would you happen to know the author? And I just...
They take the book and they look at it. They go, yes, that would be a mage who is a resident of Sunbin, by the name of Aravel Krell.
Aravel Krell. Aravel Krell. Okay. And he resides in Sunman.
He does.
Thank you. I appreciate you telling me this. I find this topic very interesting.
I always love to assist in the learning of knowledge.
I appreciate it. Sir Edward will continue on his way.
Okay.
Can I keep the book?
You cannot keep the book.
Oh, okay. It's okay. I just write down the name on a piece of paper and I leave.
Okay. You rip out one of those blank pages from the front of the book.
Yeah.
You're giving your kitty a Go-Gurt?
Yeah, he really likes it. He ate it all up.
Wow.
You have a little
So, is that why Quest stares at me whenever I eat yogurt?
No, I just started giving it to him when he came back.
Okay. So he just expects me to feed him.
Yeah, because I just feed him when I eat. If you don't feed him when you eat, then something's wrong with you.
I'm gonna explore more of the keep. This sounds like a fun little place.
Okay. The keep has 4 stories plus 2 levels of underground building. The entire eastern face of it, which is on the river, is very thick, unbroken stone except for like arrow slits and cannon holes. The keeper, Nalan Hormacht, lives on the top level in one of the towers, and a few other noble, wealthy families they don't live there, but they have lodgings in cases where they need to be in By Riven for periods of time. They will also reside in the keep. And there is also, in case of invasion or any other disaster, there is space to take in people from the city, and it is ready for a siege if necessary.
What's this underground of the keep?
You do not have access to the underground keep.
Is it like, again, locked behind a door?
There are guards and a locked door between you and the rest and the underground parts.
Do I see people going in the underground parts?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
You could just camp out until somebody passes by, but
That's
I
exactly
imagine
what I'm going to do. I'm going to camp out until I see someone go in.
make a persuasion check so the guards to see if the guards are going to kick you out.
Okay.
I was about to say, can you get arrested for loitering?
That's 24.
He was not the one who's getting arrested this time.
Yeah, they look at you and they're like, as long as you're not causing trouble. You're just standing there.
Just reading the book.
And it takes some time, probably an hour or two, but eventually somebody does come through and flash a sigil to the guards and then unlock the door.
Do I recognize the sigil as like some sort of...
You don't see the sigil.
I do not see the sigil.
Mhm.
Okay. Ooh. You know what? I'm gonna do what I did last time. I'm gonna walk up and flash my sigil with confidence. And the amount of confidence, the most confidence you've ever seen. Like, I own the place.
So the guards have just watched you stand here for an hour and a half until somebody else walked through the door. And then you show them your symbol. And they look at it and they go, "You don't have access to the underground."
Okay. I am... Hold on a second. I gotta pull it up. I'm gonna say, really? Maybe you should look again. And then I say with like a S in my voice. And I need to roll a wisdom save.
Oh my god.
It's a 15.
They both fail.
Let's go! I'm going to the underground. Let's go.
He's gonna die there. We're
Well-
not gonna do that.
The guards let you pass. Do you have a key to the door?
That's a great question. The other person used a key?
Yeah.
Can my suggestion, like, suggest the guards to open the door for me?
You would have to cast it again.
I have to guess it
Because
again?
that would be a different suggestion. Letting you pass versus opening the door for you.
Can I just try to persuade them into opening the door for me?
Okay, make a persuasion check.
Ooh. 18 plus 7.
25.
25.
They're already, because of your previous suggestion, okay with you passing by, that they don't even blink an eye at opening the door for you. When, by all reason, they should not allow anybody to pass who doesn't have a key, no matter what symbols or letters of recommendation they may have. But they open the door for you, and you head on down. The door swings inward, and it is a stone staircase descending, lit periodically by torches. And as you go down, the first area that you are in appears to be largely storage. Foodstuffs, blankets, anything that would be required by the people of the keep. And again, it's as part of the siege preparations. So basically like a hoard in case of emergency.
Mm.
You continue beyond that. Most of this level that you are on continues to be storage. There are a few other rooms that you are locked, so you cannot enter. And there is a few larger halls that could hold many people or anything else that they might need to keep down here without a huge amount of security. There is another door leading down to the second level, once again, guarded and locked.
Oh my gosh. I am going to... So where all the storage stuff is,
Mm-hmm.
there's nobody there, right?
No.
I'm gonna loot it.
Okay.
Maniac here.
Make a stealth check for me.
A stealth check.
Yep.
That's a 17. I'm rolling well.
Neither of the guards at the end of the hall notice you. What are you looking for?
One, a key.
There is no key, just amongst the stuff.
Two, anything that looks extremely expensive or looks like a sigil. Sigil.
You don't find a sigil amongst the stuff either. The most expensive stuff you're going to find is some metalworks. Like steel and copper, horseshoes, that would be iron. General commodity type stuff. There's not really items of wealth, at least not within this main central area. But there is stuff like wheat and flour and grain, dried beans and lentils. There is actually access to a well coming up in one of the rooms.
Okay. Is there a place to, I can set up where I can hide but still see people going through to the second floor?
Sure.
I'm going to hide. I'm going to set up a little thing where I'm observing just people going through.
Okay. Again, it takes a while for anybody to come through. And in fact, it is the same person you saw before coming back up.
Okay. Do I hear them coming back up?
You can hear their last couple of steps on the stairs. You don't get a lot of warning. The walls here are all solid stone.
Ooh. Am I in a good jog distance from the door to where when they opened it, I could slip past them if I was invisible?
You would have to make an acrobatics check.
An acrobatics check?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do I have faith in my acrobatics? Oof. Oh gosh, I've gotten myself in the worst situation. Okay. Well, I am going to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
And I'm going to try because, you know what? Even if I don't make it, I'm still invisible.
Okay.
Okay, acrobatics. Natural 20, oh my god!
You slip right through. The person comes up, they're kind of looking, flipping through a stack of papers. They pull the door open and step through, and they just let it swing shut behind them, and you just step right on in. The door doesn't even catch on your foot.
Getting out of this situation is going to be awful.
I can't wait till you get to the end of this and it's just cheese or something, or a rock at the end of it, you're
it's an elaborate rock check.
So the question
Elaborate check.
So the question becomes, what happens when you come back out and the door has to open?
I have an hour of invisibility.
Godspeed.
Okay. Once again, it is a set of stairs descending downward with torches. And as you go, the smell of damp earth begins to hit you. And as you hit the bottom of the stairs and the chamber opens up, this part of the keep, make an investigation check for me.
Make an investigation check.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine I'm rolling a 0 on this. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I'm rolling so well. That is a 23. I promise you I'm not lying.
Some nights just be like that sometimes.
As you look at the stonework around you, It, from what you can tell, appears to be much older than the rest of the keep. Whatever foundations were laid long before anything else that was built on top of it. The stone here, it appears to be darker, and there's more flaws in the stone, more cracks and breakages. And there is water seeping in. Not to a huge amount, but there are places where the stone is slick with, like, slime and mold. So you make your way forward there. Along one wall is a set of cells, and along the other is a set of locked doors.
Oh. Are there anyone in the cells?
There are people in the cells, yeah.
What do they look like?
They don't really have, like, distinguishing features. Just people. They have, like, straw pallets, a bucket in the corner. One of them has, like, a mouse that he's taunting with a piece of straw.
Oh, gosh.
You're all by yourself.
Oh, my curiosity is killing me. You know what? Just a very strange, omnipotent voice is going to somehow appear over these people, and it is going to ask them what they are in here for.
So you just ask, so what are you guys here for? And there's like 6 people in here. And when you speak, they all kind of like startle and look up and like look at each other through the bars. They're like, do you hear that? Yeah, I heard that. And one voice shouts out, who's there?
This is your conscience speaking.
Yeah, I doubt that. What are you doing here? What do you want?
That depends on what you're doing.
And why would I tell you? Was this some messed up attempt at a confession?
Confession for what?
Trying to get one out of me.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Another voice says, I don't know about you guys, but I don't really have anything to confess. Because, I'm innocent. Another voice says, yeah, I am too. That guy just, like, died automatically in front of me. Another guy goes, yeah. Yeah, the same happened to me. It was crazy.
A guy just died in front of him?
Yeah, there's no way I killed him. He just suddenly he was laying there with stab wounds. I don't know what to tell you.
What did that look like?
I don't know, some asshole.
Great description.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with other human.
They are all human.
What can I do? Oh my. Okay. The other doors are locked, right?
Mm-hmm. Are you going to test all of them to see if they're locked?
Sure, yeah.
Make a stealth check for me.
My invisibility, what does that give me?
It gives you advantage on stealth in terms of vision perception, but you're right on the doors.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. That's a 12.
You kind of go along the line and, like, pull on each door to see if it'll open. And you get to the end. And then you hear one of the first doors crack open behind you, and somebody peeks out and they go, "Who's there?" "Did one of you throw something at my door? What was that?" And all the prisoners just kind of like look at each other and like, I'll repeat, who is there?
Not saying a word. Is the door open wide enough to where I can sneak in?
No, they're like standing in the threshold.
Oh, okay.
They look for another few seconds, eye each of the prisoners, and then slowly back up and close the door again behind them.
Is there like a rock on the floor?
Yeah, there's some stray pebbles.
Can I, when he tries to close the door, put a little pebble?
Make a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand check.
Yep.
That's an 11.
Yeah, you managed to do it. Ah!
All right, I'm gonna peek through the door and see what's inside, where this warden.
You can only see the barest sliver of the room at a time. But you look in, and it is what appears to be an office. This room is drier than the rest of the dungeon. There is a bookcase along one wall and a desk along the back. And you can see the person from before. They have kind of long red hair tied into a braid over one shoulder and a guard's uniform on. But make a perception check for me.
Okay. That's a 22.
Looking around, you get the sense that this isn't just like a guardsman. Like you can see accoutrement scattered about that indicates that this person probably does also practice magic.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
At the moment, they're kind of bent over some kind of report on their desk.
Interesting.
There's things in a row.
What was that?
You said there's others.
I just said that's a lot of interesting things in a row. That's all. Nothing important.
You said there's other doors, right?
Mm-hmm. There are 4 doors.
All the other ones were locked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's because you know what, I'm fully committing to this because why not? I'm going to use ability that I have called the right tool for the job. Basically, I can make any set of artisan tools, and one I choose is lockpicking.
Okay. Is there like a time frame on that ability?
For an hour. I can just make a certain artisan tools for an hour. It's a magical set of tools.
All right. Go ahead and roll a dexterity check and see if you can pick those locks.
All right. I'm going to try, like, all of them.
Okay.
That is a natural 20.
I'm going to have you roll for each door.
Okay. That is a 15. That is a 21.
Okay.
And that is an 18.
There are only 3 other doors. It's 4 including
okay,
the one
sorry.
that you have cracked open. So the first one and the last one you managed to pop open. The one in the middle, you just can't quite manage to finagle it. But in that second door that you open, it looks like there is a circle on the ground with runes etched all around it. Make an Arcana check for me.
Arcana check. That's a natural 20.
Yeah, that's a teleportation circle.
Oh!
And
There's like there's a thing in the middle, right?
Mhm.
Okay, what's the other room?
The other room, it seems to be a room for individual association with the prisoners. There's one chair in the center of the room with cuffs on the arms and on the ankles. And there is a drain in the middle of the floor.
Waterboarding.
Oh. Okay.
I'll be honest, waterboarding is not my first thought.
That was not my first thought either. I was like, I'm assuming there's red all over the floor.
Oh. So
Teleportation. You know what? Can I take the teleportation thing in the center?
It's inlaid into the ground.
It's inlaid into the ground.
This is
Okay.
this is a permanent teleportation circle.
Okay. Is it activatable?
If you know the spell teleport.
I do not know the spell teleport, unfortunately. Okay. Good to know. I'm gonna go.
way across.
Everybody's like, where's Sir Edward go? He's like, I'm in the mountains.
We're in Bricktown now. Bricktown.
I'm gonna go into the room with the guy.
You're gonna open the door and go in.
I mean, I'm invisible and gonna barely open it and sneak in.
Make a stealth check.
Make us.
Randy's roll is going to fail you.
One of these rolls are gonna fail, I know. That's a 19, not today.
All right. They're so focused on their work that you managed to crack the door open just wide enough for you to slip in and then close it silently behind you. And they don't even look up.
Wait, this is the room with the this is the magic person's room or the one with the person chained?
No, there's no person in that room.
Oh, okay.
This is the magic dude's room.
This is the magic. Okay, so I'm just gonna, because I'm invisible, I'm just gonna read everything on that desk.
Okay. There are reports on prisoners going in and out. There are judgments for crimes. There are punishments set. And there are some notes on current ongoing investigations.
Okay. What specific type of investigations?
Investigation into a murder down at the docks, a theft here in the keep, some unsavory individuals who have been spotted about town.
Okay. This person is a bookshelf, right?
They do.
Can I read the name of the books?
Yeah, they're mostly have to do with records in the keep, as well as common and criminal law, and notes on different noble houses.
Notes on different noble houses. Is there one on teleportation?
There are no books on teleportation.
Okay. The ones with the noble houses. Ooh. Is it just like a bunch of papers?
No, they are bound.
They're bound. The one on the noble. Okay, so I'm gonna. Okay. I am very interested in the book on the noble houses.
There's a different book for each house.
There's a different book. How many books are there?
Like a couple dozen.
A couple dozen?
Mhm.
Oh gosh. Do I, like, is there a noble house looking thing in this room? Like, can I tell which noble house is running this prison?
Not in this room, no.
Okay.
But the person
Is there any
in charge would
scrolls?
be the keeper, who would be of the Hermikal family.
The Heracol family.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any scrolls in the room?
Scrolls?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but they're scrolled up. Except for the ones that are actively being read on the desk.
Okay. Do any of them look like magical in any sort of way?
Not particularly. You
No?
mostly got the sense of being magical by familiar spell components that they have on their desk and on a shelf on the other side of the room and things like that.
Okay. Does this person have a sigil or something, or like a key
They
somewhere?
have pouches along their belt.
Pouches along their belt, there's a key in one,
You would presume.
I would presume. Do I trust my sleight of hands? I am invisible. Oh, God.
But this would be touch based.
You are lucky he doesn't have true sight.
Yeah. I can't test my luck this far. I'm gonna leave.
Make another stealth check to get out of the room.
That is a 6.
And they just rolled a natural 20.
Ooh.
So you don't even make it back to the door. Your foot kicks the leg of their desk as you try and head back, and it jolts them up from their work. They go, I knew it. And before you can move, they have cast Detect Magic.
Whoa, wait a minute. That detect magic, like the one that the ritual cast, that like you need 30 minutes to
No,
10
you
minutes to
can
start?
instantaneously cast Detect Magic.
Oh yeah, okay. As soon as I see this, I'm opening the door open.
Make an athletics check.
Oh god. That is a 12.
You try and make a run for the door, but they have stood up, flung their chair back across the room, and they have slammed their hand into the door, and their eyes are locked on you. Because you can
Ooh.
only presume that you are outlined in glowing magic in their vision.
I see. Okay. I gotta commit now because I'm about to die. I'm going to cast a spell on them, and they need to make a Constitution save of 15 or more.
Actually, at this point, I'm going to say roll initiative.
Roll initiative?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oof, that's a 10.
They got a 7.
Okay,
So go ahead and cast the spell.
I am casting levitate on them.
Okay. And they need a con save.
Con save of 15 or more.
That's a 4. So they begin to lift off the floor. The ceiling, however, is not very high. So they reach up one hand and catch themselves. They're probably only a foot and a half off the ground.
Okay.
But
This is
that's
just so I can get out the door. I run.
They're still in front of the door. They're just up.
It's just up. Oof. Okay. They're now levitated.
Mm-hmm.
Is it easier to open the door now?
Make an athletics check.
Athletics check. I will die. That is a 15.
They got a 17. You go to wrench open the door, and they catch your wrist, and they hold you. I need you to make a strength save to see if you've grappled.
Oh, strength save. That's a 3.
That's a 19. They have your hand, and you are not moving.
Okay.
They're going to go ahead and take their turn now. And they're going to cast Hold Person, which I need to look up the save for.
That is 100% what I was waiting for.
Oh, I'm so dead.
Yeah. Or at least in prison.
This is a magical effect, right? This is magic.
Mm-hmm.
So I get advantage on these saving throws
Okay.
because of my race.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Okay. Okay. That is a 15?
Nope. You are held.
I am held.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there... Okay. Hold Person is a concentration spell, right? They have to, like, concentrate on me, on holding me.
Yeah. Hold on. Yep, it's concentration.
Okay. So, I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave.
Can you cast Thunder Wave when you are paralyzed?
Huh?
Can you cast
Can I
when you're
cast Thunder
paralyzed? It has somatic components, doesn't it?
Does it have some? Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind. Am I facing this person?
You are.
Okay. Can I use poison spray and just, like, because of my race, I can just spit it?
Okay. Is that a dexterity save?
That's a con save.
Con save. That's a 15.
It is 15. The save is a 15.
So they save. Do they take?
They save?
Do they take half damage or no damage?
They take half damage. Let me roll the d12. Oh, gosh.
How much did you like Edward?
Edward's about to die. That's 11 poison damage.
Okay. Concentration check. 17.
Oof.
They're going to cast Dispel Magic. So
Okay.
you're going to become visible, and they're going to fall out of levitation.
Okay. Is that their turn?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Doesn't dispel the Hold Person?
No.
So, there's a giant bookshelf, right?
There is, but it's several feet away from you.
It is still, oh yeah, I'm still held, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll just do another poison spray, because that's the only thing I can do right now. Which is a con save.
That's a 20.
That's a 20? Okay, they still take 7 poison damage. I'm like filling this room with gas.
18 on their concentration check.
Oh my gosh.
I have a feeling we weren't supposed to fight this person, or at least not alone.
Oh, this is great. I'm loving this. I'm about to die. Oh, no.
We were supposed to be an ally who we met without breaking into their lair.
You want to know what's so fun?
To get into the room.
I just made this person up on the spot.
Are you fucking serious? You're
I
insane.
have a feeling.
Well,
You broke in. I wasn't anticipating anybody breaking into the keep dungeon. But they have a wizard, so now you're gonna fight them.
Oh, here we go.
Grog also has Dispel Magic. No, wait, I lied. He doesn't. Not yet. He has to spend 6 hours learning it. Never mind. I got excited and then I didn't.
I am.
You learned it on the 9-day trip.
Where's Kylie?
Because I didn't have the paper.
He had to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god. What have I done? I stepped too far. I stepped just a little too far. I was like, maybe I can grab something.
You also did all of this alone?
Yeah.
And you're on a road. Female might have been a better choice to bring with you.
Well, I didn't know what the underground was.
But
I
it
was
is called
curious.
the underground.
You could have left at any time and brought Fimo back. That was an option.
Actually, getting back in afterwards would probably have been tricky.
Yeah.
I trust
Their
Fimo.
one hand is holding your wrist still. The other reaches in to the pouches at their belts, and they pull out a mixture and blow it in your face and
Okay.
cast sleep.
Is that a save? Con save?
I think it's just an effect.
It's just an effect?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it has to have a save.
Yeah,
There's no save for sleep.
I'm
There has to
looking
be
and
a
I'm not
save.
seeing
That's
it.
insane.
Each creature affected by the spell falls unconscious until the spell ends.
Who just left?
Edward has died.
Edward is dead.
He said nope. Goodbye.
Yeah, there's nothing about a save.
That's nuts.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does it have a save?
It does not have a save.
It does not have a save.
You're asleep.
Oh, really? That is wild.
And in addition to being asleep,
It's a certain amount of hit points.
yep,
Oh. Yeah, you have to roll 5d8s, and then that's the
Yep.
amount of hit points you can affect.
9,
That's interesting.
17, 22,
Okay.
23 hit points.
23 hit points, I have 38.
So,
Lucky.
Rug put it down.
but
That is great.
What level was
More
the
than
castle?
broken.
it was cast at a higher level, so it's going to be an additional 4 hit points.
Additional 4 hit points?
Mm-hmm.
I have 38 hit points. So that would be like.
So that'd be 27 out of 38. You have 11 hit points left.
Yes.
I don't think sleep does damage, it just
It does do
how
damage.
much it impacts.
Yeah, the rules are whether or not it affects you. Starting with the creature that's lowest current hit points. Each creature affected by the spell falls unconscious until the spell ends. Saver takes damage or someone uses an action to save them. Yeah.
So basically those hit points determine if he would put out or not.
It would
Yeah, a
determine
creature's hit
if
points
they'd
must
be
be
able.
equal or less to the remaining total for the creature to be affected.
Yeah, it would determine whether the affected whether the caster would be able to cast a spell on an additional target, is what it would do. So
Yeah, okay.
it still affects Edward, but it wouldn't be able to hit anybody else, but they don't need it to.
Okay.
Oh. I thought it still had to meet or beat your hit points to work.
I don't think so.
It's a very weirdly worded spell, I agree. But if you want me to be asleep right now, I will be asleep right now.
You're asleep.
I'll take that. I'll take the L. Alright, so you guys have fun.
So the rest of you meet up back at the tavern, at the inn, and Sir Edward is not there.
Has Second gotten back yet?
Yeah, Sek gotten back. Sir Edward, did you tell anyone where you were going before you left?
No.
Buddy system.
Yeah, we failed spectacularly for the second time around. But I do want to say, he was not the one in prison.
Let's go.
As afternoon dips into evening.
What?
And as afternoon dips into evening, and the party wonders where their new companion might be, Edward awakens in a damp room, wrists and ankles shackled to a chair,
Oh God.
looking into the face of an extremely angry wizard. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Oh my gosh.
I need to draw up a proper character sheet for this person before the next session.
God.
Not Nemo.
I just threw this entire campaign on its head.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Crazy, you were like, you weren't supposed to go there.
You want to know the prep I did for this session? That much.
Not that.
That much. You guys were just supposed to get a boat and head downriver. But that was too much to ask.
This session?
This
Why would
session.
we get
Business part 2.
What a
It's a new exciting town. We have to investigate.
interrupt, but look
So,
at my cat.
why do I have a feeling that Sekka's job is about to get a lot harder due to the time involved? Jesus.
On business part 2, boys.
You guys are never
Wait,
going to
we don't
leave by
even
river.
know.
Artificer business. Rescue him.
What if they just decide that Sir Edward's abandoned them and decide to move on?
Good.
Character number 3. I got another one.
I would run a secondary parallel campaign that's just Edward.
We can make a secondary campaign with Edward meeting the prisoners who are the other characters in the campaign.
oops, all Edward.
Troll Edward. Well, that was delightful.
Unexpected.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Certainly will.
Did I get a long rest from that sleep?
You did not. You were only unconscious for 1 minute.
For a minute, okay.
A minute.
That's efficient.
That's
This spell only
efficient.
lasts
Yeah, that's
1
really
minute.
good.
For a singular minute?
Yeah. 1 minute in combat is 10 rounds.
Yeah.
I thought you meant it took him 1 minute to get Sir Edward in the chair and shackled.
No, it did. It did.
It did.
I mean, it's just move him like a few feet down the hall.
Yeah.
I mean, still, for a singular minute.
He had to hustle.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wizards aren't very strong, usually.
This one is.
He may have had help.
Yeah.
This is a high level
I love
wizard.
Edward thinking, he's like, don't worry, I have people coming to help me. And he's like, oh.
I was really hoping you were going to get the chance to cast another thing because I really wanted to show you that he had counterspell.
Oh, I love highlight counterspell. Those are literally dispel magic and counterspell. Those are the two that I picked.
They're like wilt. Like, they make casters just wilt. Because they're just like, why?
Oh God.
I'm gonna pass this other thing. Oh.
So, just to be a little consistent, Sylvans and Charles are just chilling in the keep.
They're just wandering about.
They're up above.
One shot next week, just Sylvans and Charles getting up to shenanigans in the keep.
You guys are, you're just gonna get clues. You're just gonna be like, oh, Sylvans and Charles was, like, you're gonna throw, like, a chair and a dragon outside the front. You're gonna be like, what?
I thought Charles was table.
I'm sorry, table. I don't know why I said it's my brain.
He shapeshifts.
Okay.
He's gotten a redesign.
You know, I don't
How the turntables.
Charles also leveled up with us.
So it's Charles leveling up from the table?
It's like, did you guys ever play those Flash games called Grow? It's like you have a world and you combine things to make like a civilization. That's what Charles is.
Can't say I'm familiar.
It was a niche thing.
Did you ever see what wood Sylvans and Charles were made out of?
Mahogany.
Pine.
Mahogany. What?
Very fancy wood, so yes.
Mahogany.
You don't know wood, do you?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't do research into furniture for my character.
I don't know anything about wood.
You don't
The bridge.
Priorities.
Priorities.
Well, I certainly have much to prep for next week. I will
I
see
mean, you
you
worked
guys
so hard, ain't I?
another time. I'm gonna have to tell Kylie to watch this week's stream because she's gonna need to see it.
I rolled so well
Until
the
you
last
didn't.
moment.
You know,
It's
you
all high
You rolled
numbers.
so well until you didn't.
Eventually, it trends towards an average. You can't roll high forever.
Mm-hmm.
I told you this was gonna happen. I foretold it. Foretold!
Everybody was telling me this was going to happen, but I was stubborn.
The moment people started talking about how the hell are you going to get out of there, I knew.
Yeah, like you stay invisible, but the guards just watch a door open and then shut.
Yeah. It's like I'm invisible, but the door isn't.
My plan was like full-on prison break. I'm just going to have 6 people be bolting out with me, and I'm just going to be invisible running out with them.
Are you sure you want to break out those prisoners?
It's probably better than what's about to happen.
With the exception
Worry about
of,
yourself
Monk
before you
versus
worry
Dark
about those prisoners. How are you even going to get out of this room?
We'll find out. I
Yeah,
don't know.
if you brought female with you who can break lock and pick lock.
Whatever.
I did not know this was going to be a dungeon.
You
I thought I
didn't
was
know
gonna find, like,
that the second sub-level beneath a fortress was going to be a dungeon?
What was it again? What was it called?
The underground keep?
It keeps
The underground keep. I was expecting like a fighting ring.
Underground key.
Did you see how many guards there were?
It was dripping. There was mold on the walls.
I was curious.
And you needed both a sigil and a key to get into.
Also, suggestion only lasts for the duration of the spell once the task has been complete. So basically, as soon as Edward was out of sight, the guards like looked at each other and they were like, "What the fuck did we just do?"
Yeah.
We both went, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
What just happened?
Hazel keeps rolling my dice
Oh,
by accident.
I-
By accident. She just looks at them and then hits it.
She wants to play.
She's
I have
rolled 2
another
so far.
character.
She
If
stopped.
I die,
She rolled my d12 and got an 8.
Wow.
Where's the?
She's so skilled.
Yeah.
Is she a barbarian? She's rolling hit points.
Keenan, if every single time we go to a new city, your character dies, I think we have to do something.
Yeah, that's not good.
Listen, I don't want your characters to die, but if you're gonna put them in these situations, I don't know what else to do.
You're just going.
I just rolled 1, by the way. I rolled 1 more time and I rolled 1.
the Avatar, but he wants to die.
I feel like I have a bad omen now.
Oh boy.
It's not.
There were so many signs for you to turn around.
So this is Percy.
What is it?
A dildo?
What?
You know the whole what?
Take a guess on what this is.
I have no idea.
You should have a very good idea.
I don't.
It's your birthday gift.
Oh, can you open it for me?
Oh.
You want me to open it?
Yes.
Me go get scissors. And
We are watching.
So Keenan, I think that was peak like stupid games and stupid prizes.
Yeah.
It's like top tier.
I can't believe this is the episode where I played from bed.
Okay.
Baby kitty.
Ooh. It is really heavy.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
And oof, almost dropped it.
That is so. What the fuck?
Huh?
Nice.
Let me move back over to the right window so I can see everything.
Oh man. I went to the comic shop down there before the last time I left. Let me see if I can find the stuff that I got.
This is so heavy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's pretty.
Yeah. It contains a box leather foil stamped edition of the art book, a cloth map of the Empire, a lithograph with art, character sketches, and other stuff from Critical Role. All this collector's edition.
So I've never watched any Critical Role,
It's so good.
but that book is pretty.
It is so cool.
This is for Percy's birthday, and it arrived Tuesday.
Very cool.
$70.
It's actually not that bad if it's printed like that.
It was
Yeah.
super on sale. I got this.
I was about to say, didn't you get the Caleb book?
I got the Caleb book.
Cruise? Fuck yeah.
Let me find the pertinent panels.
Hey, people.
One, the torture scenes.
Nice.
Two, threesome number one.
Number one.
Yes.
Three, threesome number two.
Good for Caleb.
Good for Caleb.
He's getting some. For now.
For now. Until this happens, of course.
Oh, it's so nice.
How does it open?
Have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
No.
Ooh.
Ooh. Look at that
I
chest.
can't wait to put my hands on that.
Like, and then
That is.
that's
So much like foil stuff.
I like all the shiny.
Yes.
I like all the shiny.
Crow brain
I
is going
love an
crazy.
embossed cover.
Is that just an art book, or what? Or is it a campaign, or is it?
it has a map. It's Cable Pass.
It's a playbook.
Yeah.
Characters and creatures, etc.
Yeah, it's an entire campaign.
Molly Mole!
So,
That is Molly.
So pretty. Oh, that is so pretty. Oh my god.
Gorgeous.
I can't wait to put my hands all over this. Oh,
Oh, gee.
my beloved.
EF looks so good there.
Oh my god.
That's just me to every member of the Mighty Nine. Every single one. That's so cool. But yeah, this looks. Look at them. That's. I love it. Jaw on the floor. Anyway.
I'm gonna log off. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, guys. This has stuff on the inside.
Yeah, it's usually like a bunch of little things.
This is the map, I think.
Okay, wait to take that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna like. It feels so nice, like map like.
Yeah, didn't they say it was fabric?
Yeah. It's a fucking
It's a smart
$70.
I'm gonna put that on my wall.
I was about to say.
I've been meaning to redecorate. It's time to get rid of the fucking anime posters and put that on my wall.
The Supernatural poster.
The Supernatural poster, the Oron poster, the Attack on Titan poster.
And just the caravan part.
Yes. Oh my god.
But yeah, I think I'm also gonna head out for the night. This was very fun. We'll see you guys next week.
Good night.
Next week is gonna be.
Next week's gonna be fun.
Next week's gonna be something.